And they're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. They've broken a perfect line. Return the ring from an outside post, sending out for the lead. Max Foster towards the inside in second, and then it's going to be dancing in between horses as well as Smooth Tails. The whole field, you can throw a beach blanket over them. Half length from front to last. Max Foster has the lead with a half mile to go. Going to be dancing. Return the ring with a 4-wide bid. Smooth Tails is going to be in some tight quarters. Shuffle back to the tail of the field and 2 lengths off the lead. Return the ring and Max Foster battling for the top spot with less than 3 furlongs to go. They're clear by 3 lengths over Gonna Be Dancing is to the inside of Smooth Tails, 2 by 2 as they arrive at the quarter pole. Return the ring, tries to shake clear of Max Foster as they turn into the stretch. Many lengths back to the other 2. Gonna Be Dancing to the inside of Smooth Tails as they run down to mid-stretch. Max Foster's not giving up along the inside. Return the ring, shake it up outside second. Now a length and a half off the lead of Max Foster. Max Foster, 16th to go, has the lead by 2 lengths over Return the Ring. Max Foster in the opener. Return the Ring second, Smooth Tails third. Mutual, Exacta 1440. Second race, Finger Lakes, scratch number 3, King Solomon. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering, post time. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Having to check after the start, waiting for AI. Last Vintage and Unity Dreams. These 2 jet out for the lead, joined by Mano y Mano, who will be 3 wide around that first turn in third. Giant Impact saves all the ground in fourth, and then about 5 or 6 lengths to the trailer, waiting for AI. As they circle around that first turn, it's Last Vintage who's made the point, has the lead by a length and a half, too, over Mano y Mano, who stalks to the outside in second. Unity Dreams towards the inside in third, a gap of about 3 lengths back to Giant Impact, and then about 8 lengths to the trailer, waiting for AI. 5 furlongs to go. Last Vintage on top. The lead's 3 parts of a length. Mano y Mano pestering outside in second, and then it's Giant Impact 3 wide in third, 2 lengths off the lead. Unity Dreams covered up in fourth, and then about 10 lengths to the trailer, waiting for AI as they go on to the far turn. Last Vintage, Mano y Mano. They've been first and second for the last few furlongs. Giant Impact nudged along in third. Unity Dreams gets a cue to go after leaders in fourth, now up into third, saving ground as Unity Dreams in the yellow silks worn by Elliott up into second. It's Last Vintage on top. The lead's about a length as Unity Dreams has switched to the outside in second, and then it's Mano y Mano in third. Giant Impact one paced in fourth as they turn into the stretch. It's Last Vintage on top. The lead's a half length. Unity Dreams shaken up in second, and then in third, Mano y Mano, 1 furlong to go, and Unity Dreams takes over the lead. Unity Dreams drawing clear late at the 16th pole. It's Unity Dreams and apprentice Chris Elliott in front. Last Vintage second, Mano y Mano third, fourth, waiting for AI. $14.20. Exacta $34.40. Trifecta $16.75. Dime Super $7.82. And they're off. Another great start. It's Sky Travel who blitzes out for the lead. Island Ride towards the inside in second. Awesome Roberta races third. Light Thoughts on the far outside in fourth. 5 lengths off the lead. A length and a half back to Ruby's Mission, who's in second last. And a gap of 4 lengths to Carol Said No, who brings up the rear. Sky Travel leads this group into the turn. The lead's 3. Over Island Ride, who's in pursuit in second. Light Thoughts. White Blinkers outside in third and is on the move. Up into second is Light Thoughts. Ruby's Mission in fourth. 5 lengths off the lead. Awesome Roberta's under pressure second last, and Carol Said No's about 8 lengths off the lead. And that lead's being set by Sky Travel, but taken on by Light Thoughts on the outside. In third is Island Ride, followed up by Ruby's Mission in fourth. Carol Said No's out of last, but still 7 lengths off the lead. 1 furlong to go. Light Thoughts takes over the lead. Light Thoughts opens up over Sky Travel. Carol Said No with a belated rally on the outside. Then it's Island Ride, but it's Light Thoughts. Light Thoughts at 6-1. Carol Said No second. Head bobber for third. Ruby's Mission daily double. Late pick 5 wagering. Post time race number 4 in 22 minutes at 2:47 p.m. And they're off. A little bit of a hop in the air at the start for John's protege. It's U Butte who accelerates out for the front end. Five aces along the inside. Interchanger in between horses up into second. Indy Cowboy towards the inside and a joint third. Fifth place, Rockable. It's Utamaro is in amongst horses 6, 3.5 lengths off the lead. 2 lengths back to Four Eyes is to the inside of With No Name. John's protege second last, 8 lengths off the lead, and 4 lengths to the trailer, and that is Ripe for Mischief. As they go on to the turn, it's Five Aces who has the lead over Interchanger. Rockable is 3 wide. Indy Cowboys at the fence as it's U Butte who sweeps up to the outside, 2 lengths off the lead. John's protege's picked up a spot or two, but still 5 lengths off the lead, and we'll go about 4 wide into the stretch. And then it's Four Eyes who's towards the inside, wide open here as they reach the top of the stretch. Interchanger and Five Aces first and second. Indy Cowboy, white blinkers, and now Four Eyes tries to split rivals. Further out is U Butte as they run to the 16th pole. It's Indy Cowboy striking the front. Interchangers up the inside. Indy Cowboy, Interchanger. Indy Cowboy victorious over Interchanger. Then it was 1340 the winning mutual, double $125, exact at 2. And they're off. It's Journey of Five and Cupright. These two accelerate out for the front end. Positively splits those two in third. Flora Oates in fourth. La Indecente shuffled fifth. About 3.5, 4 off the lead and a half length back to Artemis Girl who trails the field. Cupright makes the front end. Has the lead by a widening a length over Journey of Five. Is in some tight quarters now in second. Positively's outside of her. Flora Oates is 3 deep and 2 off the lead into a joint third. Second last is Artemis Girl and 2 more to La Indecente who trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Cupright taken on by Positively. It's Flora Oates who will attempt to challenge on the outside in third. Journey of Five towards the inside in fourth. Artemis Girl swung very wide for the stretch drive in fifth. They're in upper stretch. It's Cupright who's homeward bound. Has a lead by about 3 lengths. Positively cannot keep up in second. It's Artemis Girl down the center of the course up into third. 16th to go. It's Cupright. Cupright has too big of a lead. Cupright will not be caught. The battle for second. Artemis Girl gets second over Positively, and then it was Flora. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering, post time for race number. And they're off. Looks to be a pretty good start. Papa Paulie P blasting out for the front end. Resistance Futile up the inside in second. Don Antonio third. Frankie R emerging in fourth. Waffler outside of him in fifth. 4 lengths off the lead. A length and a half to Not Today Governor, who's to the outside to Go Get the Bag. And 3 lengths to Sway the Jury, who trails the field. On to the turn. Papa Paulie P clears off by 3 open lengths. Over Don Antonio and Frankie R in chase mode second and third. Resistance Futile drops back in fourth, 8 lengths off the lead. Not Today Governor deep on the course in fifth, passing Waffler. Go Get the Bags in second last, and 4 lengths to Sway the Jury, who trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Papa Paulie P leads this field into the stretch, has a lead by 2 lengths. Frankie R and Don Antonio bumping in upper stretch, but they're second and third. Resistance Futile attempts to re-rally, shifting out to the outside at fourth. Papa Paulie P is fatigued. It's Don Antonio and Frankie R, the two that will decide it. Don Antonio and Frankie R head and head. Here's the winning line. Don Antonio with a late surge to get up for the win. Super $12.07. Pick 444, $251. Seventh race at Finger Lakes. No changes. Exacta trifecta. And they're off. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me from an inside stall going out for the lead. Jolly Miss Jill's on the outside, also contending for the top spot. Saloon Girl will be stuck out wide. Capital Gal is towards the inside. And then it's Gringotts who's scraping the paint but improving positions up into a joint second. And at the back, that is Pure Elegance. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me on top by a length and a half. Jolly Miss Jill prompting outside in second. Gringotts towards the inside in third. And then it's Saloon Girl. Capital Gal is in between runners in some traffic, 3 off the lead. And then a few more lengths back to Pure Elegance, who's about 10 or 11 lengths off the lead. Up the backstretch, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me is on top, controls this race by 2 open lengths over Jolly Miss Jill and Capital Gal, second and third, as it's Gringotts who probes through at the fence. Saloon Girls in the pink silks and about 4 lengths off the lead, and 3.5 lengths back to Pure Elegance, whose draws a little bit closer, but still at the back of the pack. 3 furlongs to go, and I Know You Ain't Talking to Me strides away by 4 over Gringotts and Capital Gal, who are second and third. 3 more lengths to Pure Elegance, who's out of last in fourth, and then the back 2 markers, Jolly Miss Jill and Saloon Girl, as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me is homeward bound, has a substantial lead. Let's call it 8 lengths over Capital Gal in second, and then in third, that is Pure Elegance. As they run to the 16th pole, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, head and shoulders above the field. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, the 6-5 favorite, wins by daylight. Pure Elegance closes for second, Capital Gal third, Gringotts fourth. To wagering. Post time for the 8th and final in about 20 minutes at 4:52 p.m. In the gates, and they're off. Who Asked You? Sending out for the lead. Easy Play towards the inside in second. Bayou Melody deep on the course in third. 2 lengths of Luna Loca in fourth. Saratoga Kisses, Red Blinker splitting rivals in fifth. And Poseidon's Miss is at the back of the pack and about 8 lengths off the lead. 2 horses pressing the pace. Who Asked You? To the outside of Easy Play. Bayou Melody in a good spot in third. 3 lengths off the dueling leaders. 2 more lengths back to Saratoga Kisses. Mid-flight in fourth. Then 2 lengths to Luna Loca, followed up by Poseidon's Mist, who's about 14 lengths off of the lead. As they race to the quarter pole, Easy Play and Who Asked You still first and second. Bayou Melody on the outside in third. A couple more lengths to Saratoga Kisses in fourth. Luna Loca on the stand side in fifth. They got 3/16 to go, and Easy Play opens up. Easy Play shrugs off Who Asked You in mid-stretch. Saratoga Kisses from out of the pack up into second. 16th to go. It's Easy Play by 4. Saratoga Kisses up in the second. Luna Loca in third. Your winner, Easy Play. Saratoga Kisses second. Luna Loca third. And 480, the winning mutual. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon to everyone and welcome to Finger Lakes. A Monday afternoon of Thoroughbred Horse Racing New York Derby Day here at Finger Lakes. Track is listed as fast. Got about 60 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, we do have a scratch of number 1, Confirmed Genius. Number 1, Confirmed Genius, a scratch from the first race. Race number 2. Scratch number 1, Motown Annie. Now with the scratch, no show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. Scratch number 1, Motown Annie. Number 5, in traffic, the rider 2 pounds over. Third race, 34th running of the New York Oaks. Scratch number 4, Practically Summer. Number 4, Practically Summer, a scratch from the third. With the scratch, no show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. Late work for number 3, Valtellina, at Saratoga on the training track, July 10th, 3 furlongs, fast track, 38.38 breezing. Fourth race. Scratch number 2, Admiral Mo. Number 2, Admiral Mo, a scratch from the fourth race. Late work for number 3, Flying in Style. Workout at Finger Lakes, July 9th, 3 furlongs, fast surface, 39.10 breezing. Late work for number 4, Swift Bank. Workout took place on the Belmont training track, July 8th, 4 furlongs, 49.94 breezing. Got a jockey change on number 4, Carol T. Irad Ortiz Jr. Irad Ortiz Jr. on number 4, Carol T. in the 5th. Sixth race. Scratch number 2, Interstate. Number 2, Interstate, a scratch from race 6. Number 3, Pot of Gold, is 2 pounds over. Number 4, Kodiak Brown, the rider, 3 pounds over. Seventh and featured race. The New York Derby. Corrected purse for the New York Derby, $155,000. We do have a scratch number 2, calling card. Number 2, calling card, is a scratch from the New York Derby. With the scratch, no show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. Got a late work for number 5, Buddha. Workout took place at the Saratoga training track, July 9th. 4 furlongs, fast surface, 50.49 breezing. Eighth race, Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. Number 7, Newport Bridge, the rider, a scant 1 pound over. Ninth and final. Scratch both halves of the entry. Number 1, Bottomless Refill, and the 1A, Tommy the Torch. Bottomless Refill, Tommy the Torch, the 1 and 1A both out of the ninth and final. Number 5, Gandy Dancing, 2 pounds over. Number 6, finalist, is 5 pounds over. Want to let everyone know, if you're on track here at Finger Lakes, got the popular Bet and Get promotion. Simply wager $10 to win, place, or show on any Finger Lakes race to receive your $10 back in gaming free play. Live programs on the house today. Got dollar hot dogs as well, dollar fountain sodas, and $3 drafts all day long. Got about 55 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave is next. Have fun and good luck.
Big day here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. We got one of our richest races of the year, the New York Derby. That's for the 3-year-old New York Breds. We also have the fillies, the 3-year-old fillies. That's the New York Oaks. And the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. Turned out to probably be the best race of the 3. That'll be later in the card as well. So 3 stakes races on this Monday card. So excited to wear my cowboy hat today. Should be a lot of fun. Hopefully the weather holds off. We have a nice day. A little cooler today. At least that's good. Maybe the rain will hold off. We should have a pretty good card. We do have a couple claiming series races as well on this Monday card. 1 o'clock first post. I want to say that because we've been saying the post times are going to be 1 o'clock Monday and Tuesday. That remains the same. 1:15 will be the first post on Wednesdays. And that'll take place for a while till early September. So still going to go 1 o'clock Monday, Tuesdays, 1:15 on Wednesdays. Maybe we'll get some big names coming in here. Irad Ortiz, one of the top riders in the country. Manny Franco as well. I think he's in the top 5 when it comes to Money One. So Kendrick Carmouche's names, Santana. You got some really good riders coming in here from New York for these races. Smaller fields, but they are competitive for the Oaks and Derby. The Oaks is the 3rd, the Derby the 7th. Then we got the Leon Reed in the 8-9 race card. In total, we'll look at today's race card. Interesting to see, kind of keep an eye on how this track's going to play today. We have had some biases over the last couple of weeks, so you should be taking notes. I do. First race is part of the Wise Awake Claiming Series. This is the second leg of the Wise Awake, of course, named after, I think it was Ferraro Jr. who had that one. Goes 5.5. We did scratch the 1, Confirmed Genius. This is a competitive field. As you can tell by the odds, nobody's really a standout numbers-wise. I'm looking at it more from a pace standpoint. Thought the 5 Thin Legs could get the lead over Georgie's Ladies and Bonfire Diva in here. And could be just a case of speed of the speed. I don't think those two are quite as quick early as Thin Legs. And it's just a matter of her going all the way. She went some pretty decent fractions last time. I know speed was good, but she went 45 to the half, which is really quick for a $5,000 claimer. And granted, she didn't beat the greatest of fields, but she looked good doing it. That's probably the best race she's run in quite some time. First time she's won in quite some time. So I think this horse is moving in the right direction. It's a little bit tougher field she's got today, but I think she's going to have a little bit of a tactical edge. I know it does look like there's other pace in here, but Bonfire Diva's not as fast as Thin Legs early. Georgie's Ladies, if aggressive, can be as Thin Legs, but she's got to use more to be out there with Thin Legs. So I think Thin Legs at least could be on the front line using less than the other two would be, or could get the lead by herself. And that's important. Sometimes when you see a race and you say there's other speed in the race, if one horse is quicker than the other and they're out there together, the one that's the more natural speed is not using as much to be there as the one that's pushing a little more. So it's not like a traditional race where you say, well, horse is getting pressed. She really isn't. So that might be the case here for Thin Legs. So I'm going to go with her on top. Jackson Avenue is basically the class of the three. Jackson Avenue just won a one state bred in the slop, was best in there. And then she ran into Sweet Anniversary. I think that horse just hit the board at Saratoga. Much tougher, too tough, over her head, way over her head in a sense. So she will get some class relief moving here. I don't know if the pace flow is going to go to her advantage, going 5.5 furlongs. Remember, this is 5.5, not 6 furlongs. 6 furlongs, I'd probably like her over Thin Legs. At 5.5, I'm going to lean towards Thin Legs at a little bit of a price. But Jackson Avenue, numbers-wise, class-wise, is probably the horse to beat in here. Just a matter of pace flow and how this track plays. The 3 Georgie's Lady took advantage of a race that really didn't have any speed. It was a short field, I mean shorter than this one, and obviously Bonfire Diva was quicker the race before, but it was a race that didn't have any speed whatsoever. I hate to use a C word, but she was absolute cinching there, and she wasn't even the favorite. Go figure. Once in a while you'll catch races like that. But she won the race pretty easily, as she was supposed to if you handicap the race, because she was absolutely lone speed. That's not the case. She probably won't even get the lead in here with Thin Legs. I'm expecting Thin Legs to actually get the lead. But consistency-wise and numbers-wise, she's always right there against these type of horses. So I had to use her in the top 3. Diva Banker's the other one. I mean, like I said, it's competitive field. Bonfire Diva, I thought, might be tailing off a little bit. She tried going long last time, had no excuse. But Diva Banker, she's been running into Kaz Music in those starter allowances, so she's been against a little bit tougher. It's just her running style might be against her unless they back up to her. Same thing with Jackson Avenue. It's tough to take closers going 5.5 furlongs unless you absolutely know you're going to get that kind of a pace, and the track is playing that way. Okay, the other claiming series kind of got scratched down to 4. I kind of did. Scratch the 1, Motown Annie, no try, no super, and no show. This is the distance one. We're going a mile and a 16th for this race. Again, this is the second leg. If you're unfamiliar with these distance series, we run a few legs of them. They're for claimers, obviously. So you could actually claim a horse out of some of these races, and then get to the last leg, and it's a starter allowance. And it's usually a good purse for $25,000. But you want to qualify by earning points in the earlier claiming series races, and that's how you get there. I think Holiday Jazz has already earned enough points to get to the finals, but she's again the horse to beat. I mean, does somebody have to step up to beat her? One thing that might beat her would be the pace. I mean, Our Girl Faith looks like the speed. So I would tend to single Holiday Jazz, but I don't blame anybody if they want to use both of them. Our Girl Faith, because the one thing that, even though Holiday Jazz is the best horse, numbers-wise, obvious horse, is going to be a short price, Our Girl Faith could end up being the speed here. I mean, In Traffic's got a little tactical speed too, so that might help. And Holiday Jazz won't be that far behind any of them. So whether Our Girl Faith gets the easy lead in here or not, Holiday Jazz should be close enough and should be able to beat that rival. But I thought the most dangerous to beat her would be Our Girl Faith. I mean, you can make a case for In Traffic too, but she's lost to Holiday Jazz twice in a row. Our Girl Faith will at least get in front of her early, most likely, and try to go all the way. So that's the race to me. Can Our Girl Faith get out there, control the pace enough that she can hold off Holiday Jazz, who's been clearly the better numbers, the better horse? So I'd use them both. maybe it depends on how big a ticket you're willing to play here early. If you're playing the pick 4, pick 5, otherwise then you're just going to try for the single with Holiday Jazz, but you're not going to get much of a price on her. Okay, third race. Speaking of the 1.16 distance, the 34th running of the New York Oaks. This is for the girls, 3-year-old New York bred fillies. We did lose practically Summer. Never really had her. No try, no super, and no show. You got some all out of towners that have credentials. And a lot of what you're looking at here is the distance. You know, Mischief Lady could be the speed of the speed from the outside. She is very well bred for the route, actually. The one Viamente is Sharp right now, trained by Joe Sharp, but the horse has won 3 in a row. Again, I mean, she's venturing somewhere where she hasn't been, going 1.16. She's never been this far, but she's got the inside. Got a little bit of a weight advantage, too. I mean, both Mischief, the two I like have 6 pounds on the other two. It's kind of a big advantage. She's a little questionable as far as the distance. And, you know, I'm looking up the breeding on this horse. Not really that much of a distance bred horse, although it's okay. She shouldn't have trouble in the 1.16. It's more turf on the dam side. The dam was a 5-time winner on the turf. I wonder if they're going to eventually try this horse in turf races in the future. Obviously still a young horse. See what she's made up here. I mean, it's a good chance to get a nice stakes race under her belt if she can beat Mischief Lady and the other ones in here. Yeah, I thought Mischief Lady might be dangerous from the outside because she does look like she's the speed of the speed. She's stretching out as well. First time going this distance, like Viamente. Hope I'm saying that right. I'm sure I'll be corrected. She's out of Miss Buff. This is the first foal out of Miss Buff, and I might be familiar with Mr. Buff. Pretty good lifter. Mr. Buff was a multiple stakes winner going long. Actually had a lot of wins going long, so the route should not be a problem for Mischief Lady. She'll try to get out there and try to take it all the way. I thought Vehement will try to keep that win streak going, try to win 4 in a row. The other two, you got Lottie Margaret, more bred for the turf on the dam side, same thing. She looked good at 2 races in a row. I mean, she was absolutely dominating horses going the route a mile as a 2-year-old. Is she as good as a 3-year-old? She ran second in her first start off the lap. They put the Lasix, but I mean, you can't run without Lasix in these stakes races. So she ran okay without the Lasix when she was in the Mattie May stakes. She could step up. Obviously, the connections are there with Brad Cox and Manny Franco. Valtellina, yeah, she actually is at least proven going a little more distance. A couple wins going a mile. On the dam side, you got AP Indy. So at least the breeding, I mean, you got some horses that haven't gone this far and are still questionable. You know, maybe look at one of the other ones if you're thinking, well, the breeding's there and they'll like the route a little more. So I thought, even though we're down to a 4-horse field, it's a pretty competitive 4-horse field, and tactics could come into play in the New York Oaks. Didn't have any of our local jockeys in there. 4th race, an allowance race, never won 2 condition, going 5.5. We do scratch the 2. Admiral Mo. Pace is going to be important in here, as well as how the track is playing. I'll say that a lot today, because I mainly say that because a lot of the Mondays that we've run this year, not all of them, there's been a couple that weren't the case, but a lot of the Mondays we've been a little better on the inside, and speed's been relatively good. Generally been more inside, especially last week. So that could play here for 2:30 a.m. I mean, that track, if the track's that way, I wouldn't blame anybody for taking 2:30 a.m. Does look like he'll get a little pressure in here from the outside, with the presence of Rocked Out, who is coming off the maiden victory. Maybe even Swift Bank adding blinkers may show a little more speed with a little more focus. I'm hoping to get a closer. Now, I'm handicapping for a fair racetrack, Not sure if that's going to be the case today. Obviously, I'm handicapping in the morning without looking at how the three races ran before the fourth, so won't know. I do like the race that Flying in Style comes out of. He did win drawing away, closing ground going 5.5. I also like the early price on him at 9-2. Montauk Surf came back to win. Razuli came back to win as well. So when the second and third horses come back to win, I know they have to come back to win maidens, not like they're jumping up and facing the winners like this one has to. But it does make it a key race. And I think taking the blinkers back off might have helped. I think having this competition here, Finger Lakes helped the most. But it comes down to, will he get anything to run at? Because you'd like him more going 3/4, but at least you know he's won at 5.5 when he does have something to run at. Lead towards him. 2:30 a.m. If the track's favoring inside speed, he might prove tough from the inside. Rocked out, hard to gauge how good he is. He did what he had to do. I know he didn't win like a world beater, like the favorite that he was bet down to against the restricted 3-year-old maidens. But he did take care of business in that race, and now he'll face winners for the first time. And he could do it. He could do either. He could get out there and press, or sit back a little bit. He won't. Either way, he won't be that far behind. 2:30 a.m. It will probably get first run on Flying in Style, and that might be to his advantage. So I'm gonna go with the 315. Our pan camera operator's area code. Fifth race. We go to the allowance race, fifth race that goes the distance of 6 furlongs. This for fillies and mares never won two. We see Irad Ortiz. He's here. He might as well pick up another mount. He's on the 4 Carol T. Hoping to see Katie Davis today. She's still in the last race. I think she was still entered in the last. Haven't got a rider change on that one yet, but we'll have Irad Ortiz on the 4 Carol T, and that does look like the horse to beat in here based on company kept. Those one other than state bred allowance races, I mean, they write their conditions a little bit different in New York. Those are a lot tougher races than our never won two, because it's a straight never won two. You're not getting multiple winners in there, things like that. It's a one other than and two lifetime in New York. And she's also faced stakes caliber competition in the past as well. So she's the class. She has had a lot of chances. She's 1 for 16, so you can't fall in love with her at the price. She's well bred, out of a Damn by Unbridled song. The last race isn't that good, so you got to kind of wonder about the blinkers, but maybe it could have been the off track too she didn't like. I mean, she hasn't performed well on the off track. So you kind of got to forgive the last race because it might not quite be good enough to win, but the other races certainly are. So I'm going to give her the advantage. You pick up one of the top riders in the country. The 5, Enunciate. Man, Enunciate looked like a world beater in her debut. And now you look at it and, you know, may have been the distance and the easy lead that she had in there that led to her looking so good, because her next two races haven't been as good. But she did have an excuse last time. She had the bad start, and she was never in it. I mean, you could just draw a line through the last race, but the previous race she didn't really have a lot of excuse. Goes a little further today, 6 furlongs. First time venturing this distance. Obviously very, very well bred by Speightstown. He got hard spun. Although I don't know if that's more turf on the dam side with Whispering Angel, but with all that breeding, this horse is better than what she looks the last two. And obviously you could draw a line through the last race anyway because of what happened at the start. The tricky read is the 1, Echo Baby. Let me make sure I say that one right. Was running on different surfaces, obviously bred for the turf. Tried the slop, ran into Mamba Gigi, who's won multiple races this year, even with a head start. Last race, ran third, and really no excuse. Zien was much the best in there. It just turned out. I mean, Zien, if anybody had an excuse, it was the winner being blocked behind horses. So I got no excuse for Echo Babies, but you know, maybe sometimes they just regress a race and then bounce back. That could be the case here because their race against Mamba Gigi, is actually really good. I mean, they didn't come back to her. You had Mama Gigi and Bald Kitten running around the track together and didn't come back, and she only lost the length in the slot. Of course, you got to kind of wonder, does she like a fast dirt racetrack? Guess we'll find out today. A lot will be answered for Echo Baby. Class-wise, numbers-wise, she certainly fits. The tricky read is the 8, Goody's Girl. Has shown nothing in her career, and then she just absolutely speed popped a field and dominated a maiden claiming field. Does it mean anything? She didn't beat anything, no. So you can't gauge anything from the last race, but she could be this good. Hard to say. It is a positive sign because that the connections were also impressed by her performance, that they're at least going to try to test her in an allowance race. I guess that's the heat test here. Are you good enough, or was that 10 length win, you're better than maiden claimers? We'll find out. You got to use her. I think you use a few in here. 4, 5, 1, 8. Those are the 4 I would use. And the other ones might be underneath types. You got a Hypnotic Flare. Red Wine and Whiskey certainly has some class. It's a good race. It's a good, especially for the condition, the 2 lifetime. It'll result in a good time. One of the better races of the day. Okay, 6th race is the North Warning Claiming Series second leg. This one, another route race. We scratched the 2 Interstate. I think you can take a seat to relax. We got dollar hot dogs up there. Go see Shirley at the wire. Get your dollar hot dogs. Please, one thing I'll say, please be courteous and not order like 8 hot dogs at a time. I mean, it's just a courtesy. I mean, a couple hot dogs per person. See, people, if they're getting crazy, you'll have a hot dog eating contest. Just please be courteous because there's people in line behind you. Shouldn't have to tell people that, but please be courteous. The 6th race, yeah, I like Coach Bahi. I mean, this horse could go any distance. You talk about a versatile horse. Short, long, distance, a 1.1 miles. I think he can get there at 1.1 miles. He hasn't won at this distance, but I don't think it's out of reach for him because he's better than these horses. The only thing with Coach Bahi is he's not as consistent as he used to be. I mean, he always fired first or second. Again, didn't matter the distance. But sometimes he's a tough horse to figure. Came off the layoff. I know he didn't beat anything in that 5,000 claimer, but he's off the layoff in his sprint, and he looked good winning. Expected him to run a lot better going the mile the next race, and he didn't. I mean, he didn't run at all. Maybe you say, well, he needed a route. It was only his 2nd start of the year. Guess you could say that. But then what happened his next race? He should like the mile 70, 3rd start of the year. Again, he did run into Dynamite Karma, who could have just been a better horse. I mean, Dynamite Karma was a classy horse and just could have simply been better. But I still think he could have run better than what he did. Shortened up last time, and he looked like the good Coach Bahi. Again, easier condition, 5,000 versus the starter, but he did look like the competition. He just beats up on the 5,000s. Well, he stays in a claimer in these claiming series races, stretches back out. Again, those other 2 races were starters, so I guess you could give him the excuse of that. But he's going to have to run better than what he did in the 2 starters routes that he did run in order to win. But I think he can, and I think he will. That's why I got him on top. Thought the main 2 threats would be Mr. Einstein on the outside of him and Winning Drive, who's just inside of him. Now, my thing with Winning Drive is, does he want to win anymore? He did look like he hung a little bit, but you know what? Last time he ran into Beta. Beta's an old class horse who was just better than him. Once Beta got the lead in there, it wasn't looking back, and actually did a fast time. The race before, ran into, and I can never say it right, Olathabal. That was probably wrong, but I tried. So he's run into a couple pretty good ones in the claiming conditions, But does he want to? Still, does he want to win? Maybe it's just he's beat by better horses. You have to use him in the top three, and I'd use him on a spread anyway. But I do like Coach Bahi to win the race, especially if Winning Drive is going to be the favorite like he is morning line. I would try to beat him with Coach Bahi because I like Coach Bahi. Mr. Einstein could be the other one that might be a little overlooked in here. This one actually drops a little bit. I know they're conditional 11 and 9s, but they're better horses. My brother Jeremiah would beat this field. That's how I look at that one. And that was the first time stretched out for Mr. Einstein. And the pace and the track beat him last time, as 30 Oysters just took advantage of a track that was favoring speed and was the speed. And Mr. Einstein caught chasing. The pace flow in the track was not playing to his advantage. Got to hope that it does today because he is outside. But I like his chances. So I went with a 6, 7, 5. They look like the three main contenders. The other one to make the number would be the 1, Reckless Place. Comes out of a couple easier races where he's running okay. But he's hitting the board the last 2 times, trying a route for 5,000. That puts him in the number here. I don't know if he's quite as good as the other 3. So I think he could get away maybe with 5, 6, 7. Throw a 4th one in. I would throw in Reckless Place, but Coach Bahi on top. How's that? Okay, this is the big one. Run this every year. It is, this year will be a $156,000 purse. Remember, it's an added purse, the New York Derby. You've had some really talented horses come through here in the New York Derby. Obviously, Tin Cup Chalice would be the most memorable locally. He's buried in our infield. He's still the only horse that's won all 3 legs of the Big Apple Triple. That's when it was more of a thing where you got the bonus. We do have Train the Trainer in here, so that is going to be challenged if this one wins and tries the Albany. He's the one horse in here, and he's probably the horse to beat in here as well. We are down to 4 betting interests. We scratched the 2 calling card, who was looking forward to talking about. That one had some interesting form. Obviously put over his head in a few starts, but has run well when running against fellow New York breds. Don't have to worry about it, though. That one is out. Our only local horse, the 3 Kings Leap, who's an improving 3-year-old. So maybe he is good enough to run against these. Certainly only has to beat 1 horse to hit the board. So Train the Trainer does look like maybe the speed on the inside. I think it comes down to will hit the post, try to press, and how much that horse will try to press. And there is some question marks about hit the post as well. Was it the off track last time, or did this horse just develop as a 3-year-old and ran big first start as a 3-year-old against older horses? Because he didn't have great 2-year-old for him, but he certainly strutted his stuff first start as a 3-year-old. Again, bred for an off track, so it's interesting to see if that's the case, if this horse is just simply better. I think it's a positive sign they're trying a 3-year-old stakes race off of that maiden victory. But as far as Train the Trainer is concerned, has won 2 in a row, hasn't done anything wrong. 1 going 7 fronts, won the Mike Lee, which traditionally was the first leg of our New York Big Apple Triple. Looks like the inside speed of the race. Kind of looking into the breeding a little more. The dam was a half to Cairo Prince, who was a good one, a multiple graded stakes winner. Although the dam herself was more of a sprinter, the route breeding is there. The mile and 16th, he shouldn't be a problem for him. I guess that might be the question, if he is pressed a little bit in here. Again, hit the post, does he go after him? He's got the weight off, maybe, or he doesn't have the weight off with the apprentice, but he is going to press. He's the other one that's the lightweight with 118 with Train the Trainer. We'll see. Butter would be the main threat, I thought, maybe with a stalking type race. Ran against older horses last time in the 3-and-up allowance and ran well. Ran a good second in there despite being a big price. That was after beating restricted 3-year-olds. His stakes place ran in the BF Bondguard. Notice the dam. That one's put out a couple of other good ones. New York breds anyway. You had Chowda. I think that's what they have. Chowda and Lobster. A couple of Boston horses. They were both stakes winners. I think Lobster was third in the 2021 running of the New York Derby. Is that the one Rachel Sells claimed later? But this one did show a little bit as a 2-year-old. And now we'll go back off Lasix, see how he runs. And that's another thing to look at in a couple of these stakes races. Remember, they have to come off Lasix for these races. At least the trainer proved not an issue winning the Mike League Stakes. We'll see. So I got to go with that one on top. I don't want to take 1 and 5 or something on this horse, but it is going to be a relatively small field. So I would say pick the one you like and play him in a pick 4 or pick 5. It may not be worth it to go too deep when you talk about a smaller field, but that's where you're going to get the value if you can beat Train the Trainer in here. Not sure if you can. So I'm going to go with the 1-5 as probably the 2 biggest threats. And then, Hit the Post is the tricky read because his first start as a 3-year-old was on that sloppy racetrack, which he was bred for. Obviously, he's very well bred with Medaglia d'Oro on that damn side. But one thing I looked at with that he is actually bred more for the turf. So that could be interesting what he does later in his career if they try this horse in one of those New York bred turf races. Okay, 8th race. Turned out to be a pretty good-sized field for the Leon Reed Memorial. Was looking forward to this one because we had what is considered to be the best sprinter on the grounds, Jack and Bernie, entered in this race. Looking forward to him running again. And then I didn't pick him? What's wrong with me? He looked outstanding in his first start off the layoff. And keep in mind, he was coming off a long layoff since August. Looked professional. Couldn't beat him that day. And he didn't have to go that fast for him. I mean, this horse can get out there in a quick pace. The problem is, he's going to have to. We'll see how the inside's playing today, if inside speed's good or not. But Jack and Bernie is going to have company, it looks like, unless he can outbreak the field outside. At least he's got the rail to shoot out there. You got Factually Correct. Factually Correct can go if he wants to show his speed. Looms Boldly. I don't know if Looms Boldly is quite as quick as Jack and Bernie. He didn't really go after Ladies Golden Guy like I thought he would, but that was his first start in a few months going in the George Barker. So it'll be interesting to see who goes after, if Factually Correct and Looms Boldly go after Jack and Bernie. I think the other speed would be Pandemic Hero, and he's too far out to really be that much of a pace factor. So that's the key to the race. Again, I like Jack and Bernie. He is the best local sprinter. But you do have Rotney, who won the Leon Reed last year. He is the defending champ. He comes in here looking like he's going to get the trip. And is he better than Jack and Bernie? It's hard to say. They're both good horses. He may get the better of him here because he might get the run of the race. I mean, it does look like Jack and Bernie's going to get pressed and Rotney is going to get a good trip. Now, last year, it was kind of a walkover for him. It was an easier field for Rotney. This is a lot tougher with the presence of Jack and Bernie. And the same could be said for Jack and Bernie in his last win. He didn't beat Rotney in there. But that's how I kind of looked at it. Rotney's going to get the better of the trips. I'm not saying he's better than Jack and Bernie. They're pretty equal, especially as good as Jack. I mean, Jack and Bernie's very lightly raced because he does run here primarily, and he doesn't get a lot of spots probably because there's nobody to run against him. So good race. I think it does favor Rotney a little bit as far as the pace flow. What looks like pace flow. Looms Boldly's not out of it again. He was off for a little while. He was off since January when he ran in the George Barker. The tactics weren't the best. They, and, they didn't want to be too aggressive with him because Ladies Golden Guy was very aggressive. Ladies Golden Guy will rate today because of stablemates in there, Jack and Bernie. But Looms Boldly kind of sat off of that horse and maybe waited a little too long to try to make his move and hung. And again, it was his first start off of the layoff, a little bit of a layoff. He's dangerous in here just because he's good and he puts a couple races together, even though it is a little bit of a break since the May race. He's a nice horse, and it all depends on the trip in here for Looms Boldly. Got to be used. Factually Correct's another good one. I would like Factually Correct more if we get some rain. Is there a chance for some rain? Didn't really look at the weather report that closely. This one was second in a stakes race back in 2024. Again, some of his better numbers are on the off. But he does have some good numbers on the fast. He's been very popular at the claims box lately. I think this is a good spot for him. I do think the race came up a little tough. And with Jack and Bernie in the race, it may hurt Factually Correct's chances because he does look like he's a better horse when he gets the lead. I'll go with a 3-1-2-5. And speaking of Jack and Bernie, I mentioned this the other day. Deborah Breed has done very well with her horses in the Leon Reed. Of course, running against Rotney again. I mean, Rotney won it last year. But Deborah Breed has won this Leon Reed Memorial Stakes a total of 6 times. 6. Breaking the Fever. And Jack and Bernie's never won it. So, you remember Breaking the Fever, one of the best sprinters ever at Finger Lakes. She had that one. Ladies Golden Guy has won it before. And she had Winston's Chance. That was the other one I was trying. I think Ladies Golden Guy actually has 2 wins, and Winston's Chance was the other one. All right, 9th race. The final race is for the Mount Rushmore Claiming Series. This is the second leg of that one. Scratch the 1, bottomless refill, and the 1A, Tommy the Torch. I remember who won the first leg of this one. Was it the great Sigler? I'm taking a shot in here. This is a race where I'm going to take a little bit of a price. I know we have smaller fields. Looks like favorites should do well throughout the day. But I'm going to take a shot somewhere. I was going to take a shot with a price here in the 9th race at 8-1 morning line. Anyways, morning line wise, Gandy Dancing is 8-1 in here, and his last races don't tell the story of how good this horse is, and he is a little bit of an inconsistent horse for Asaf Ronan. Remember, last year, if you look back to last year, he was cutting back in distance, didn't have the best form, and won going 5.5 at a little bit of a price at 7-1. Now, he's not cutting back, but I think history could repeat itself a little bit if this horse finds his stride here. He caught an off track last time, didn't fire at all. His father Walsh has speed popped the field twice in a row, and that's not this horse's game when he's coming from that far out of it. He's got to be in the race a little bit more, and I'm thinking that he will be. You got not a lot of real quick speed in here. I mean, New York Riesling doesn't have his speed anymore. Gimme the Money's not the same horse anymore. I thought Gandy Dancing could find himself on the front line. And again, 8-1 morning line, I think worth a shot. I think it's the running style of this horse. Again, he's got to be in the race. He hasn't been, and today maybe he will be. I'm going with him on top. Can't Beat Me is obviously the horse to beat off the claim, although he's a good price morning line at 7-2. My guess is he's going to be the favorite. He's off the claim. He goes into the 62.50, but he looked good winning last time, and he was racing tougher before that. Obvious horse. Old Man Winner's another one, just consistently there. Didn't have a great trip the race before and was able to run down the main speed Brock Moninoff last time. That was a big race for Old Man Winner. I would use all 3 of these horses that I got here, but I am going to take the shot at the price at 8-1. Give Me the Money's the other one. He's running against tougher. He's just not the same horse lately, but he's capable with the back class. Okay, those are my picks here for New York Derby Day. Remember, big day today. We got 3 stakes races. You got the Oaks early, the Derby, and the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes later in the day. stop up to the wire. We got $1 hot dogs. Sure, you put a limit on how many you eat up there, and dollar sodas as well. I mean, dollar fountain drinks, $3 drafts. If you enjoy having a couple drinks and watching the races, should be a fun day. I'll be down there at the winner's circle later, doing some presentations. We got live racing continuing after today. Tomorrow, 1 o'clock, Wednesday, 1:15. But I'll see you again tomorrow with that 1 o'clock first post. Enjoy New York Derby Day.
Horses coming on the track for the first race from Finger Lakes. It's part of the Wise Awake claiming series. Scratch the 1 Confirmed Genius. Here's your field. Number 2, Jackson Avenue with Andre Worry. Number 3, Georgie's Ladies and Luis Perez. Number 4, Diva Banker, Joel Cruz. Number 5, Thin Legs, Michael Davila Jr. And number 6, Bonfire Diva, Romero Mirage. Post time in just a few minutes. First race starts the early 50-cent pick 5. Want to let everyone, if you are a DRF, DailyRacingForm.com member, there are free Finger Lakes past performances for you to download. Go to DRF.com to download those free Finger Lakes PPs. Post time in a couple minutes. Fillies and mares are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes on New York Derby Day. Got a 9-race card on tap. 3 stakes races on the card. New York Oaks race 3. New York Derby race number 7. Leon Reed Memorial Stakes is race number 8. If you're just starting to look at the races today, if you're a DRF.com member, you can go online for free Finger Lakes past performances today for DRF.com members. Bonfire Diva goes in. They're all in the gates. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's a good start for Thin Legs and Bonfire Diva, and these two blaze out for the front end. Georgie's Ladies off the pace today in third, 2.5, 3 lengths off the lead. A length and a half to Diva Banker emerges in fourth, and 2 lengths to Jackson Avenues in the fifth and trailing position. Half mile to go, and it's Thin Legs and Bonfire Diva still first and second. Georgie's Ladies towards the inside in third. Diva Banker with an early move on the outside up into a joint third, 2 lengths off the lead, and a gap of about 5 lengths to Jackson Avenue, who's at the back of the pack. 2.5 furlongs to go. Thin Legs, Bonfire Diva, and Diva Banker, who's had the run of the race, circling up to the outside, 3 wide in the clear. Georgie's Ladies will try and skim the inside in fourth as they turn into the home stretch. Diva Banker, Thin Legs, the gray in the 2 path. Georgie's Ladies at the fence, and Jackson Avenue starts to wind up from the back of the pack. 1 furlong to go. It's Thin Legs on top by 3. Over Jackson Avenue is on the stand side, but Thin Legs had enough. Thin Legs wins the opener at Finger Lakes. Jackson Avenue rallies for second. Diva Banker third. Georgie's Ladies fourth. Five, 2, 4, 3. Number 5, Thin Legs first. 5.5 furlongs, 105.59. First race is official. Back to the winner's circle, number 5, Thin Legs. 2 wins in a row for Thin Legs. New York bred, 6-year-old gray mare by Mission Impassable out of Thin Dress. James Aquilano, owner, trainer. Michael Davila Jr., the winning jockey. LRE Racing, bred Thin Legs. Exacta $37.20, 50-cent trifecta, $15.75, dime super, $6.15. Second race at Finger Lakes. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering due to the scratch of the number 1, Motown Annie. So you got win in place, exacta daily double, pick 3 wagering, post time in about 21 minutes at 1:29 p.m. Another reminder, if you are a DRF.com member, there's free Finger Lakes Pats performances today. Go to DRF.com. Did have a claim from the first race. Number 3, Georgie's Ladies was claimed. New owner Greg O'Donnell, new trainer Stacy Torelli. Number 3, Georgie's Ladies claimed out of the opener.
Okay, getting ready for race number 2, and yeah, Thin Legs was able to control that pace in race number 1, and Michael DeVilla did a good job of doing so, and got the victory for James Aquilano as the money showed late to go down to 6-5 Jackson Avenue. Really nothing to close on, as the pace wasn't that hot. All right, second race. This is for the Unhinged Iron Claiming Series. This is the second leg. This goes a mile and 16th. We scratched the 1, Motown Annie. So no trifecta, no superfecta, and no show wagering because of the 4 betting interests. And you're going to have a heavy favorite in here. The 3, Holiday Jazz, who has run against relatively similar horses the last 2 and has taken care of business. She did not have any trouble winning last time, and she actually had a little trouble in that race before getting going and still was able to handle her business. I think it's the only issue I think here with the shorter field is a lack of pace, and that sometimes is the undoing of a horse that's better than the rest of them if she's not the one that is the speed in a race that doesn't have a lot of pace in it. Our girl Faith, the 4 horse, could be the one to control the pace here as she stretches out of the sprint. She didn't do anything in her sprint against Kaz Music. It was a starter, but it was her first start of the year. This will be her first route of the year, so that could be an issue as well. But she could be the one that's dangerous to have a chance to upset Holiday Jazz if somebody does. I mean, Holiday Jazz looks awfully tough, but maybe our girl Faith with a little bit of a tactical edge, if she gets brave on the front end, would be the only one to have a chance, or most likely to have a chance to beat that one. In Traffic, the 5 horse, she's okay going long. She hasn't run a route too many times in her career, and she hasn't gone this particular distance, but she's lost to Holiday Jazz twice in a row. So there's not enough to think that she's going to turn the tables, maybe because it'll be a fast track today instead of an off track. Still another one to consider using if you're trying to play exactas behind Holiday Jazz, as Holiday Jazz is going to be a real short price right now at odds of 1-4. But for this second leg of the Unhinged Iron Claiming Series, we have no trifecta, no super, no show, but we do start a pick 3. You also can play a double out of this race. We scratch the 1, Motown Annie.
Coming on the track for race number 2, Scratch the 1, no show, no try, no superfecta wagering. Number 2 is Quiet Horizon with Christian Navarro. Number 3, Holiday Jazz and Luis Perez. Number 4, Our Girl Faith and Andre Worry. Number 5, In Traffic, Jeremias Flores. Post time in about 3 minutes. Don't forget, next Monday here at Finger Lakes, a free $2,500 handicapping contest. Free to enter for all Lucky North Reward members. $1,000 cash to the winner. Contest will consist of races 1 through 8 from Finger Lakes. If you're late to the races and are a DRF.com member out there in simulcast land, free past performances for you. Just go to DRF.com and download your free Finger Lakes past performances. approaching the gate here at Finger Lakes, approaching the starting gate. Fillies and Mares at the gate for race number 2. Field of 4 Fillies and Mares going a mile and a 16th. 1-2 and number 3 Holiday Jazz. 2-1 number 4 Our Girl Faith. 2 more left to load. Our Girl Faith and In Traffic. And they're all in the gates. And they're off. It's Our Girl Faith who fires out for the lead. In Traffic tugging at the jockey in second. Holiday Jazz settles in third, also a little bit rank. And Quiet Horizons at the tail of the field as they take on that first turn. Our Girl Faith has made the front end, tries to slow it down. The lead's a length and a half. In Traffic, still reined in by the jockey in second, a length and a half off the lead. Another length and a half to Holiday Jazz in third, is about a length in front of Quiet Horizon, who's in the fourth and trailing position. As they transition to the backstretch, it's Our Girl Faith on top. The lead's a length over In Traffic and the white blinkers stalking in second. Holiday Jazz, an early move on the outside. We got the top 3 across the track now, up the backstretch, and Quiet Horizons fourth and trailing at about 3.5, 4 lengths off the lead. They run to the half-mile pole. Our Girl Faith In Traffic as Holiday Jazz repelled at this point in time in third, 2 lengths off the lead, and then 3.5 lengths to Quiet Horizon, who trails the field. On to the far turn, 3 furlongs from the winning line. In Traffic takes over. In Traffic, Our Girl Faith back in second. Holiday Jazz attempts to rally on the outside in third, and 6 lengths back to Quiet Horizon, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. And it's In Traffic, who's the first to face us, comes off the turn leading by 3. Holiday Jazz bearing down on the outside second. Our Girl Faith in third. 1 furlong to go. In Traffic's lead has been reduced to a length. It's Holiday Jazz who's challenging on the outside. Holiday Jazz sticks the black blinkers in front of In Traffic at the 16th pole. It's Holiday Jazz, 3 wins in a row. In Traffic second, Our Girl Faith third. Three, 5, 4, 2. Number 3, Holiday Jazz first. Mile 16th, 148.97. to the winner's circle, number 3, Holiday Jazz, 9th career win. 3 wins in a row. New York bred, 7-year-old chestnut mare by First Samurai out of Alma Llanera. CB Thoroughbreds LLC owns. Ronald Breed Jr. trains. Luis Perez, the winning jockey. Bernardo Calderon bred Holiday Jazz. 220, the winning mutual. Double $7, exacta $4.30. Third race from Finger Lakes, first of our 3 stakes races, 34th running of the New York Oaks. Scratch number 4, Practically Summer. Number 5, Mischief Lady, 2 pounds over. With the scratch, no show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. Exacta, daily double, and pick 4 wagering. Post time in about 21 minutes at 1:59 p.m.
Okay, we're in the paddock for race number 3, one of our 3 stakes races scheduled for today. This one is the 34th running of the $75,000 New York Oaks. This is for the girls, the 3-year-old New York breds. We just saw Holiday Jazz, had barely hold on. It's a heavy, heavy favorite in the Unhinged Iron Claiming Series, but that one going pretty well for Ronnie Breed, Louis Perez aboard. But we do scratch the 4 practically summer, so we're down to 4 betting interests. Again, no try, no super, no show, but you can start the early pick 4 with this race, and competitive field of girls here. To start off with Vehement, who's the inside horse. She is working on a win streak here. She's won 3 in a row. Will stretch out to the mile and the 16th, as longest that she's been in her career. Of course, you could say that for all the entrants for this race. None of them have ventured this far in their career. So I think that's the interesting wild card angle of this race. The lack of activity going that far. I mean, you got a couple horses that have run a mile. Lottie Margaret has had some experience going a mile. Valtellina has shown that she could go a mile. But this horse is going good right now. This horse, ridden by Kendra Carmouche, who's ridden her all 3 times in New York and at Saratoga, has beaten some pretty good field in these sprints. So the distance shouldn't be as much of an issue. Not badly bred for the distance. Actually more bred for the turf, as I mentioned earlier. But the dam is a 5-time stakes or 5-time winner on the turf during her career. Obviously, this one has no problem with the dirt, but the question is going to be the distance. The speed does come from the outside. Mischief Lady figures to be the speed of the speed, as she's shown very good speed in sprint races. She's actually really well bred for the distance as well. She is out of Miss Buff. This is the first full of that unraced dam. Of course, the dam was a full to Mr. Buff, who was a multiple stakes winner and won many races going long. So of course, an Honest Mischief, who's been a pretty good sire. This one, I thought had the best shot to beat the favorite in here, just because of her early speed and her breeding for the distance. But she's actually the longest shot on the board right now at odds of 9-2. When you look at the other 2 horses, you got the 2, Lottie Margaret. Obviously, the connections stand out. The owner, trainer, and rider. Only win for that dam was on the turf, actually. But this one is an improving horse. She actually has proven herself going a mile. She did run against a non-state bred field last time, and that's the only time she's finished off the board. So it could be interesting how she measures up to these other 3. Could turn out to be a jockey's race here, or tactical race, as she does have some early speed as well, going the route if she wants to use it. Valtellina, probably the best spread for the route on the dam side. Take Charge Indy, that there's AP Indy in there. And this one did run second in the Joe Gimma Stakes. That's a 7 furlong race back in September as a 2-year-old. She did run in the Bowery Stakes, didn't fare too well in there, running 4th. But she had won a couple in a row going a mile before cutting back a little bit to the 7 furlongs last time. The only thing I noticed on this horse, who's now the favorite, her best race was on and off track. And that was, she ran in the mud. That was her last victory back in May. So that's an interesting angle here, because she's on the fast track today. If we did get some rain, there's some possibility that I don't think it's going to happen. But again, her best race in her career was on and off track, and she's not going to get that today. She did lose to Mischief Lady in a sprint back in January. So those are the 4 contenders for the New York Oaks. Again, no try, no super, no show. We scratched practically summer. We're going to start the early pick 4 with this race. Good luck.
Fillies coming on the track for the third race, 34th running of the New York Oaks. Late overweight number 1 is 2 over. And number 1, Vehemente, leading the post parade. Owned by International Equine, Joe Sharp, the trainer, and Kendrick Carmouche, the jockey. Number 2 is Lottie Margaret. Brad Cox trains for Madaket Stables with Manny Franco in to ride. Number 3 is Valtellina. Pavilion Racing owns. Ray Handel trains with Romero Mirage in the irons. Number 5 is Mischief Lady. Paddock Proud owns. Edward Barker trains. Ricardo Santana Jr. calling the shots. That's the field for the 34th running of the New York Oaks. No show, no try, no superfecta wagering. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Fillies are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes for the New York Oaks. And the Phillies have arrived at the starting gate for the 34th running of the New York Oaks. Field of 4 to go mile 16, 3-year-old fillies. 4 to 5 on number 1, Vehemente. 5 to 2 on number 5, Mischief Lady. Lottie Margaret goes in. Valtellina. One more left alone, Mischief Lady. They're all in the gate. Off and running in the New York Oaks. It's Mischief Lady who blazes out for the front end. Vehemente settles in second, angles to the outside a little bit. A couple lengths back to Lottie Margaret, who'll save all the ground in that first turn. And Valtellina is outside of her at the back of the pack. It's Mischief Lady who drifts out a bit wide. A little bit headstrong is Mischief Lady, but Mischief Lady has a clear lead. Let's call it 2 over Vehemente and Lottie Margaret, who are second and third, and a length and a half back to Valtellina, who's at the back of the pack as they transition to the backstretch. It's Mischief Lady who has the lead off the inside, has the lead by a length and a half. Over Vehemente and the white blinkers outside second. Lottie Margaret and Manny Franco towards the inside third. And a length back to Valtellina and Romero Mirage at the tail of the field. 3 lengths from top to bottom as they run to the half-mile pole. It's Mischief Lady on top. The lead's a length and a quarter. Vehemente's on the outside. Lottie Margaret in some tight quarters at the fence. And then a length back to Valtellina, who's at the tail of the field as they take on the far turn, 3 furlongs from the winning line. It's Mischief Lady who has the lead by a half length over Vehemente. Valtellina circles up on the outside. Lottie Margaret is towards the inside, a length and a half off the lead as they arrive at the quarter pole in the New York Oaks. It's Valtellina on the 4 wide side. Mischief Lady, Vehemente's in some tight quarters, and Lottie Margaret did get through towards the inside, and Lottie Margaret from 4th up into the lead. Valtellina is all out in second. Vehemente's on the grandstand side in third. They run to the 16th pole. It's Lottie Margaret on top by a couple lengths over Valtellina in second. It's Lottie Margaret and Manny Franco to take the New York Oaks by 2.5 over Valtellina and Vehemente. Mischief Lady was 4th. Two, 3, 1, 5. Number 2, Lottie Margaret first. Mile 16th and 146.53. And back to the winner's circle. Number 2, Lottie Margaret. 3 for 6 lifetime. New York bred. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Global Campaign. Out of Passionate Diva. Owned by Madaket Stables. Brad Cox trains. Matty Franco, the winning jockey. Steve Schuster bred Lottie Margaret. $9.20 the winning mutual. Double $14.60. Exacta $26.80. Trophy presentation for the New York Oaks, being made by Finger Lakes Clerk of Scales Jack Keller and Director of Racing Todd Height. Congratulations to the winning connections of Lottie Margaret. And also a special Finger Lakes welcome to Hall of Fame rider Jose Santos, spending the afternoon with us on New York Derby Day at Finger Lakes. Fourth race at Finger Lakes. Scratch number 2, Admiral Mo. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time race number 4 in about 19 minutes at 2:30 p.m.
I got about 8 minutes to post for the fourth. Congratulations to the connections of Lottie Margaret. Won the 34th running of the New York Oaks. Manny Franco just aboard, just talked to him, and he said the horse felt real good, was much the best in that race as she pulled away from those other rivals. Got the victory for Brad Cox. He's used to winning races. Congratulations to them. Took the New York Oaks. Pretty good purse for them. 5.5 furlongs is the fourth, an allowance event. Never won 2 condition. We do scratch the 2. Admiral Mo. Right now, the early favorite is the inside speed of the race. The 2:30 a.m. Wasn't able to hold off Rockstar Rebel last time, who just proved to be the better horse. No real excuse for 2:30 a.m. Just lost to a better horse, but he actually ran better, in a sense, than his maiden victory against the restricted 3-year-olds. Now, this will be the first time against older horses as he moves to the 2 lifetime condition, or 3 lifetime conditions. So, or 2 lifetime conditions, I should say. Last time was a victory against the restricted 3s. They did go a fast time, though. It was 105 and change, but will be tested against the older horses here. A little tougher field than that second place last time, but he'll be the favorite at odds of 8-5. His best shot is to control the pace up front. The 3 Flying in Style is the late runner in here, so he's at the mercy of whether 2:30 a.m. has a comfortable pace up front, or if Swift Banker Rocked Out puts the pressure on. Now, Flying in Style comes off a good-looking performance with his maiden victory. He beat the older horses that day and did it drawing away. So he was in the slower of the 2 heats, but he won in 2:30 a.m. Got second that day in the lifetime condition. So his race is pretty good, and it's just a question of pace scenario in here, whether he can make it 2 in a row off the maiden victory. Same thing with Rocked Out. He could do either. He's got enough speed to be out there with 2:30 a.m. if he chooses to do so. Doesn't want to let that one get away too easy on the front end if Swift Bank is unable to keep up with him early. He took it. He did what he had to do last time, beating the restricted 3-year-olds. Again, he was barely a winner of that race, but he can move forward. That was his first race over the track. Certainly not out of it, as he is 1 for 1 here at Finger Lakes. But a lot of the early play on the inside speed of 2:30 a.m. I did go with a slight upset here with Flying in Style, hoping that they put a little pressure on the inside speed horse. Daily double, pick 3 is offered here, as well as the Exacta, Try, and Super, as we're got 5 betting interests with a scratch of the 2, Admiral Mo.
Horses coming on the racetrack for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 2, Emerald Mo. Here's your field. Number 1, 2:30 a.m. and Caber Coa. Number 3, Flying in Style, Luis Perez. Number 4 is Swift Bank and Jose Baez. Number 5 is Rocked Out, Andre Worry aboard. And number 6 is Gold Templar, Laird Bailey calling the shots. Post time, race 4 in just a few minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. For race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 5 to go 5.5 furlongs. An allowance race. Odds on favorite 1 to 2. Number 1, 2:30 a.m. Swift Bank goes in, rocked out. Looks to be the last to load up. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a decent start. It's Swift Bank and 2:30 a.m. These two blitz out for the lead. Rocked Out and Gold Templar in tandem third and fourth, and a couple lengths back to Flying in Styles at the back of the pack as they race up the backstretch. 2:30 a.m. has a lead by about a length. Swift Bank in pursuit in second. Gold Templar in the clear, 3 wide in third. Rocked Out covered up along the inside in fourth, and 5 lengths back to the trailer. Flying in Style. 3 furlongs to go. 2:30 a.m. Swift Bank and Gold Templar. These three across the track with 2.5 furlongs to go. They're clear by 5 over Rocked Out, who's about 2 lengths in front of Flying in Style, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. 2:30 a.m. will have to work for it. 2:30 a.m. skims the inside. Gold Templar is 3 wide. Swift Bank in between horses. 1 furlong to go, and it's Gold Templar with the lead. Inside the furlong marker, Gold Templars from Swift Bank and 2:30 a.m. Flying in Style late on the scene, the outside. It's Gold Templar. Gold Templar holds over Flying in Style. Then it was Swift Bank and Rocked Out. Six, 3, 4, 5. Number 6, Gold Templar first. 5.5 furlongs, 106.01. back to the winner's circle, number 6, Gold Templar. New York bred, 5-year-old big gelding by Bolt Doro out of Truss. Gold Bear Farm and Jacqueline Falk, the ownership. Jacqueline Falk, the trainer. Laird Bailey, the winning jockey. Scott Old Sweetie, bred Gold Templar. $16 the winning mutual, double 72.50, exacta 48.20, 50-cent try, $101.12. Dime super, $31.55. Pick 3, $18.25. Fifth race from Finger Lakes. Put Irad Ortiz Jr. on number 4, Carol T. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 5 wagering. Post time race 5 in about 25 minutes at 3:04 p.m. Don't forget, next Monday here at Finger Lakes, if you're on track, we'll have a free $2,500 handicapping challenge contest. Top 3 finishers will get cash. First place, $1,000. It's on Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. And you'll register for free in the upper grandstand next Monday. A free $2,500 live handicapping challenge here at Finger Lakes next Monday.
All right, we're coming up on the 5th race, and we do have a little more research to do, but I believe that was the first career win for jockey Laird Bailey. So congratulations to him. At least it was first Finger Lakes victory for Laird Bailey. He won for Jacqueline Foggett in an upset with Gold Templar. Again, I got to do a little more research as he's ridden other places, but according to Equibase in North America, that would be his first career win. Okay, let's look at the 5th. This is for Fillies and Bears Never Won 2 condition. It's an allowance race. The 4, Carol T, will be ridden by Irad Ortiz, who's here. Joins us to ride in the New York Derby. Picked up another mount as Katie Davis will not be aboard Carol T. And this one does have a class edge on these, running in the one other than allowance races in New York. Coming here for our straight 2 lifetime for Fillies and Mares. Could be considered a drop in class, as this is usually much easier than the one other than allowances there. Now, this one is at age 4 and has had 2 starts now as a 4-year-old, and her last race wasn't so good. But it was on an off track, if you can forgive the last effort, which you probably could because it is such an easier field here. She should be awfully tough in here. A previous race would beat these. And you do have the top rider in the country. The 5, Enunciate, I'm talking about forgiving a last race. This one you could just draw a line through the last effort, as she did have trouble at the start and was never in it. Although her previous race was a little bit of a disappointment anyway, as she ran 4th in the 2 lifetimes. So that was after winning the maiden race in style, as this horse looked really good when she won first time out. So if we could see that horse that ran first out, where there was a big buzz about the horse after that, being by Spitestown out of a dam by Hard Spun, winning that easy. If she could bounce back to that effort, Enunciate could be awfully tough in here. But she isn't getting much play. I think people have given up on her, and you shouldn't, because the last race you could draw a line through, as mentioned. She's going to be a big price, it looks like. The 1 horse, Echo Baby, could be considered. She does come out of a good race, won by ZN, but then again, she didn't run as well. So she actually ran better, only getting beat a length by Mamba Gigi. That was over a sloppy track, so she hasn't proven that she could win on a dirt fast track, which we have today. But if she could run the number or run back to the race that she ran going 5.5 in the slop, she could be very formidable in this spot. The 8 horse is Goody's Girl. She's the real tricky read, because out of nowhere, this horse shot to the front end and absolutely dominated maiden claimers. Now, she didn't beat anything in that race. There wasn't much speed in that race. Then again, she's not that fast early either. She could be this good. It's hard to gauge. She was facing much tougher maidens on the turf. Maybe she's found her niche at these short distances. She'll get tested today as she steps up to face allowance horses off of a maiden claiming victory. That's a few of the contenders here in the 5th, Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the pick 5 starts with this race.
Here's your field, race 5. Number 1 is Echo Baby and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 2 is World Bank and Cabercoa. Number 3 is Heck of a Bust and Jeremias Flores. Number 4, Carol T, Jockey Change Irad Ortiz Jr. Number 5 is Enunciate and Kevin Navarro. Number 6, Hypnotic Flare and Joel Cruz. Number 7, Red Wine and Whiskey and Nazario Alvarado. And number 8 is Goody's Girl and Andre Worry. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. approaching the gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have made their way to the starting gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Start a late 50-cent pick 5. Got a field of 8 to go 6 furlongs, fillies and mares. An allowance race, 3 to 5 on number 4, Carol T. I read Ortiz Jr. aboard. Echo Baby, second choice at 5 to 1. Enunciate coming up. Red Wine and Whiskey. And Goody's Girl to the outside. 3 to 4 on Carol T. Goody's Girl going up and in. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's World Bank who rushes out for the front end. Goody's Girls on the outside. Heck of a bust in between those two and third. 3 parts of a length off the lead. Then 3 lengths to Red Wine and Whiskey, the outside of Echo Baby, 4th and 5th. Then we come back to Hypnotic Flares, the outside of Carol T. And 2 lengths to Enunciate, who is 8th and trailing. Goody's Girl with a slender lead over Heck of a Bust. World Bank shuffled in 3rd. And it's Echo Baby who races in 4th and 3 lengths off of the lead. Red Wine and Whiskey is wide on the course. Carol T is picking up a spot or 2 into the top 5. 5.5 off the lead. Hypnotic Flare second last, and Enunciate trails the field. It's Goody's Girl on top by a length. Red Wine and Whiskey engages outside second. Carol T's on the outside in third. Echo Baby loses a spot in fourth as they turn into the stretch. It's Goody's Girl, Red Wine and Whiskey first and second. Carol T and Ortiz on the outside, bearing down in third. And Carol T, the favorites, 2.5 lengths off the lead, 1 furlong to go. Red Wine and Whiskey will have to fend off Carol T. And then in third, Goody's Girl, deep stretch. Red Wine and Whiskey, Carol T lunging late. Red Wine and Whiskey will hold over Carol T. Goody's Girl third. Echo Baby fourth. 7481. Number 7, red wine and whiskey first. 6 furlongs, 113.39. To the winner's circle, number 7, red wine and whiskey. New York bred. 4-year-old dark brown filly by War Dancer out of Ewan Tequila. Old First Ward Stable owns. Linda Dixon trains. Nasario Alvarado, the winning jockey. Robert Simonik. Bred red wine and whiskey. 816.80 the winning mutual. Double 138.50. Exacta 69.50. 50-cent try 155.50. Dime Super $94.25. Early pick 5 of 5 $811.50. 6th race at Finger Lakes. Scratch number 2 Interstate. Exacta trifecta superfecta daily double late pick 4 wagering. Post time race 6 in about 20 minutes at 3:34 p.m.
Sixth race upcoming. This is part of the North Warning Claiming Series. I mean, we look back at the fifth and a little bit of an upset, red wine and whiskey. Everybody likes a little red wine and whiskey. That one takes the fifth as we start the late pick 4 with this Claiming Series race. Scratch the 2, Interstate. And as you see, money pretty spread out here. Coach Bahi was the one that I leaned towards. A little inconsistent. He comes back in a couple weeks here after defeating Claimers last time, the 2 and 6 months condition, and that was a good looking victory because he beat a horse called Flowing River. Flowing River was tough at the level, and he was still able to outduel that one to the wire. Actually, I was pretty impressed that he ran that 105 for 5,000. And again, those starter allowance races he was in, they were tougher fields. I mean, Dynamite Karma is a good one that beat him in that mile 70-yard race. But I don't think he really ran his race in those routes. So give him another chance stretching back out. Seems like his sprint races this year have been better, but he's been better in the past going long than he has short. So which Coach Bahi's going to show up? If the right one does, he's going to win. I got him on top. Outside, a little bit of a long shot is the 7, Mr. Einstein. He's been running against a little bit tougher at the 11 and 9 level. Hasn't really fired yet this year. His first start was against Pompous Prince off the layoff. That horse has been stakes placed before. And then he ran a good race behind brother Jeremiah. Well, he got beat by the track more than anything last time. Everybody was chasing 30 oysters as there wasn't much speed in that race. So it's not like he ran that bad last time. That race is actually good enough to be very competitive against this group. But I think 7-1 is a big price for Mr. Einstein, who should have a good stalking trip in here. Winning Drive's the other one that's going to get played, and why not? He's got 2 straight second-place finishes behind 2 good ones at the level. Yet Olathabo, who's done very little wrong, he came back out of that race to win, cut back in distance and won again. Beta is an old class horse that nobody was beating at the level. Tried to run that one down. He does have a bunch of seconds and thirds, but Winning Drive, see if he can get it done here. He's hard not to use him, at least in exactas and tries, as good as he's going right now. He actually should have won against Olathabo that day. Olathabo got the better of the trips. He had a little bit of a slow at the start and then had a little trouble around the turn. So he should already have won at that 5,000 level, but he fits very nice in this North Warning Claiming Series. I say he's got to be a big threat in here, at least to hit the board. Exacta Try Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts with a 6. We did scratch the 2, Interstate.
On the track for race number 6 from Finger Lakes, scratch number 2, Interstate. Here's your field. Number 1 is Reckless Place with Romero Mirage. Number 3, Pot of Gold, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 4 is Kodiak Brown at Andre Worry. Number 5 is Winning Drive and Emin Harkey. Number 6, Coach Bahi and Kevin Navarro. And number 7, Mr. Einstein with Christian Navarro. Post time in just a few minutes. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate here at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. Race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go a mile and an eighth. Winning Drive goes in. Coach Bahi, Mr. Einstein to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a great start. Coach Bahi and Pot of Gold win the break and go out for the lead. Mr. Einstein's on the outside in third. Then it's Winning Drive, Kodiak Brown, and Reckless Place at the back, but only about 3.5, 4 lengths from top to bottom as they get ready to take on that first turn. It's Coach Bahi who's on top. Pot of Gold's up the inside. And then it's Mr. Einstein who's in the clear in third, a length and a half off the lead. Reckless Place tucked in along the inside in fourth. Winning Drives in fifth. And half length to Kodiak Brown, who's at the tail of the field. 6 furlongs to go. Coach Bahi has the lead over Pot of Gold in second. Mr. Einstein camped on the outside in third. And then a space of about 3 lengths back to Winning Drive, who's to the outside of Kodiak Brown, fourth and fifth. And Reckless Place is now at the tail of the field. 2 distinct flights, and about 5 lengths covers the lot as they run to the half-mile pole. Coach Bahi has a challenger inside and outside. Pot of Gold at the fence. Mr. Einstein on the 3 wide side, a half length off the lead. And then a space of about 6 to Winning Drive, who's in fourth. Reckless Place in fifth, and a length back to Kodiak Brown, who trails the field. About 2.5 furlongs to go. Coach Bahi still on the front end. Pot of Gold towards the rail. Mr. Einstein is next. Winning Drive is launching a rally on the outside. 4 lengths off the lead. And then 4 more lengths back to Reckless Place as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Pot of Gold gets through towards the inside. Coach Bahi tries to make it tight for him. Mr. Einstein, the blue blinkers, has every chance. Winning Drives on the stand side. They have 1 furlong to go. Coach Bahi, Pot of Gold, Mr. Einstein. These 3 have been battling throughout as they come down to the winning line. Pot of Gold and Coach Bahi. Coach Bahi wins. I think that's a head bobber with Pot of Gold than it was Mr. Einstein and Winning Drive. Number 6, Coach Bahi got the bob over the 3, Pot of Gold. 6.375 in race 6 from Finger Lakes, mile and an eighth in 154.31. Coach Bahi, official winner, picking up career win number 12. Kentucky bred 8-year-old dark brown gelding by Take Charge Indy out of Bobby. Wendy Lee Farm owns. Jonathan Buckley trains. Kevin Navarro, the winning jockey. 820, the winning mutual. Doubled $72.50, exacta $26.50 tried, $30.37. Dime super $9.45. Pick 3 $108.50. Pick 4 $537. Seventh featured race is the New York Derby. $156,000 should the purse read. Got a scratch of number 2 calling card. No show, no try, no superfecta wagering. So you got win in place, exacta, daily double, and pick 3 wagering. Post time for race number 7, the New York Derby, in about 19 minutes at 4:04 p.m.
Okay, we're getting ready for one of our richest races of the season, the $156,000 New York Derby. After Coach Bahi able to just barely get the victory in race number 6. A good job by Kevin Navarro keeping them together and getting the win for Buckley. But let's look at the 7th, because this is a race that we've seen a lot of good 3-year-olds come through here. We saw the Great Tin Cup Chalice in the past. I think it was David was a Greatest Stakes. We had a few Greatest Stakes winner. I think it was Bill Parcells' stable won it the one year. We do scratch the 2 calling card, so we're left with 4 betting interests. No try, no super, no show. But the talent is still there. I mean, you got Train the Trainer, who's going to be a heavy favorite. He's looking for 3 in a row. Like Tin Cup Chalice, he won the Mike Lee Stakes. I do want to mention Pedro Rodriguez is here with us. He's going to be doing part of the presentation for this race. He rode Tin Cup Chalice to win the New York Derby and also won all 3 legs of the Big Apple Triple. Also, that horse won the Indiana Derby later that year. Now, Train the Trainer is going to try to take that path. He won the Mike Lee Stakes. He did that on the front end, and that was after breaking his maiden. So he's late to the races. He started as a 3-year-old. He's only made 3 starts, but he's getting better with every start. He does look like the inside speed of the race. Very well bred. He's the dam of this one is a half to Cairo Prince, who is a multiple graded stakes winner. Rad Ortiz is here to take them out. Train the Trainer right now getting bet off the board early at odds of 1-9. Main threat does look like the 5 Buddha, however you want to pronounce it. This one beat restricted 3-year-olds in the conditional allowance, and then wasn't badly beaten first time against older horses last time. So he is back against restricted 3-year-olds for this New York Derby. He'll have more of the stocky trip behind Train the Trainer. So if that one doesn't have it or gets a little extra pressure from hit the post, Buddha could be in position to pull off the minor upset. This one is a half to a couple good ones, Chowda and Lobster, pretty good New York breds that were stakes winners. Lobster was 3rd in the New York Derby back in 2021. Mentioned Hit the Post. Actually, the first start as a 3-year-old was very good. Broke his maiden after not breaking it as a 2-year-old, not hitting the board his last start as a 2-year-old when stretched out to a mile. Now the question is, was it the off track or first-time Lasix or other variables, or could it have been just that this horse is good? We'll find out today how good he is. He's making his 2nd start as a 3-year-old. First time on a fast track as a 3-year-old. Does look like the pressing speed. He is a little better bred for the turf, at least on the dam side. Hit the post. Very good connections. Not out of it. He's at 7-1. And the only local interest we have is the 3, King's Leap. King's Leap, a horse that is getting better as a 3-year-old. He looked good stretching out. He had to earn it against older horses. And then last time got beat by a pretty good one in Sorority Prank. That one has not lost here at Finger Lakes, so no shame there. So not out of the question that this horse should be competitive in here. Louis Perez will take them out on King's Leap, who's the local horse in the New York Derby. So definitely some quality here for the New York Derby, a $156,000 event. We do start a late pick 3. Remember, 9 races today. No try, no super, no show, though, with a scratch of the 2 calling card.
Horses coming on to the track for the 7th in featured race, the New York Derby. $156,000 the purse. Let's meet the field. Number 1 is Train the Trainer, Alley Pony Racing, and Saints or Sinners, the ownership. Rob Atris is the trainer. Irad Ortiz Jr., the jockey. Number 3, King's Leap. TLC Thoroughbreds owns M. Anthony Ferraro, the trainer, with Luis Perez, the jockey. Number 4, Hit the Post. Melody Giddings trains for Old Tavern Farm. Chris Elliott, the rider. And number 5 is Butta, owned by Eddie F's Racing. Gary Siaka is the trainer, and Lane Luzzy is the jockey. That's the field for the New York Derby. Post time in just a few minutes. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate at Finger Lakes for the New York Derby. Approaching the gate. And the horses have made their way to the starting gate for the 7th and featured race, the New York Derby. $156,000 added. Mile and a 16th, big favorite at 2 to 5. Now 1 to 4 on Train the Trainer. Winner of the Mike Lee Stakes last time out. Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard. Buddha is the last of the quartet to load. They're all in the gate. Off and running in the New York Derby. Good start for the favorite, Train the Trainer, who has the early lead. Hit the post, splitting rivals. Buddha is outside of Hit the Post, and King's Leap takes up residency at the back of the pack as Buddha angles over towards the rail as well, as opposed to going 3 wide. It's Train the Trainer who has the lead over Hit the Post in second. Buddha is towards the inside third, and 3 lengths back to King's Leap, who trails the field. 6 furlongs to go as they angle on to the backstretch. It's Train the Trainer and Irad Ortiz Jr. on top by a half length over Hit the Post and Chris Elliott in second. A space of 3 lengths to Buddha and Lane Luzzy towards the inside third. And a length and a half to King's Leap and Luis Perez, who's at the back of the pack as they race up the backstretch. It's Train the Trainer, hounded by Hit the Post, who's on the outside in second. Buddha's in the white blinkers in third and 3 lengths off the lead. And a length back to King's Leap, who trails the field and is about 4 lengths off the lead as they make the entry into the far turn. Train the Trainer and Hit the Post still first and second. Buddha stalks in third and 4 lengths off the lead and being asked the question. And 3 parts of a length back to King's Leap, who's at the tail of the field as they got a 1/4 mile left to travel. It's Train the Trainer and Hit the Post. These two are inseparable as they got 3/16 to go in the New York Derby, and Train the Trainer now opens up. Train the Trainer has the lead by 2.5 lengths over Hit the Post in second, and then in third, that is King's Leap. 16th to go. It's Train the Trainer who's home free. Train the Trainer flexes his muscles to take the New York Derby by 4. Hit the Post second, King's Leap in third, and Buddha fourth. A mile and a 16th timed at 1:44.66. One, 4, 3, 5. Train the Trainer first in the New York Derby. Seventh and featured race, the New York Derby, is official. $3.10, the winning mutual on Train the Trainer. And coming back to the winner's circle, winner of the New York Derby, number 1, Train the Trainer. Now 3 for 4 lifetime is this New York bred 3-year-old bay gelding by Dialed In out of Heavenly Vision. Alley Pony Racing and Saints or Sinners, the ownership. Rob Atris is the trainer. Irad Ortiz Jr., the winning jockey. Hibiscus Stables bred Train the Trainer. Daily Double, $11.40. In Exacta, $9.80. Trophy presentation time for the New York Derby. Helping to make the trophy presentation, Jerry Richards, racing secretary here at Finger Lakes. Jack Keller, clerk of scales. Todd Height, director of racing. Also been told Pedro Rodriguez, jockey aboard Tin Cup Chalice. Previous winner of the New York Derby, also in the winner's circle. For the trophy presentation to the winning connections of Train the Trainer, the 2025 New York Derby champion. Eighth race, the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. Luis Perez on number 10, Pandemic Hero, rider 2 over. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, daily double wagering. Post time for the 8th race in about 18 minutes at 4:34 p.m.
And congratulations to the connections of Train the Trainer. That colt won the $156,000 New York Derby. Should say that Gelding won the New York Derby. Congratulations to Rob Atras, Irad Ortiz. Always a class act. He had fun with the fans out there, and great to have him here at Finger Lakes. And Train the Trainer was able to win the money in the Derby. We got one more stakes race left for this Monday card. It is our biggest field of any of the stakes races. We got a 10-horse field for the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. This race is named after a former employee here at Finger Lakes, and we're going to honor his memory as we run this race every year. He used to work on the starting gate. Well, the person that's really dominated this particular stakes race is Deborah Breed. Deborah Breed has won this stakes race a total of 6 times since, and we haven't run this race that long. It used to be the Wine Country handicap before we changed it over to the Leon Reed, and she won it with the great Breaking the Fever, who won this race 3 times. Ladies Golden Guy, who's in this race, has won it 2 times, and Winston's Chance, who was the same connections as Jack and Bernie, won it the other time. Well, Jack and Bernie hasn't won this stakes race yet. Did win the Barker pretty easily last year. Only had 1 start this year. That was his first start since August, and he won that race pretty easily. He'll be tested today. Much tougher group than the field he just beat, but he is the best local sprinter that we have here. The question is he going to be able to withstand the pressure that he's going to get? He's going to have company on the front end, and he's going to have to earn it today. The horse that I thought might pull off the minor upset, which is not an upset right now because he's a slight favorite over Jack and Bernie, would be the 3 Rodney, who's actually last year's Leon Reed Memorial winner. Last year, different scenario where he was more of a speed type horse last year. Today, he's going to play the role of sit back and make a run if this pace does take its toll, with Jack and Bernie, Looms Bowley factually correct. All battle in here. If 2 of the 3 battle, you're going to get a quick early pace of 21 and change, I would assume, and probably something faster than a 45, probably a 44 and change, because that's how fast these sprinters can go. So you could probably gauge by that how fast Jack and Bernie's going early. Now, he can do the pace, and he is the best sprinter here. But can he hold off Rodney if he gets a little bit softened up down the lane? Rodney, who does have the numbers to win, and does come in here with Manny Franco, it could be awfully tough in here. And comes off a 2nd place finish against a tough optional claiming allowance field. He would be the one to beat Jack and Bernie if Jack and Bernie does get softened up. Now, Looms Bowley is not out of this either. It seemed as if he was turned into more of a stalker last time than a speed horse, because Ladies Golden Guy was the one that was very aggressive in the George Barker. It was his first start since January. He may have needed that start and maybe didn't run his best race because he wasn't able to pass Ladies Golden Guy and kind of hung in the lane. I would think he'd be a lot sharper coming in here off a couple-month layoff, more than that longer layoff since January, and he could be sharper today and be a contender in the Leon Reed Memorial. Those are really the only 3 getting any play. I mean, you can make a case for Factually Correct, who's been very popular at the claims box. I was thinking that this horse would be a major contender if we got some rain, because this horse really loves an off track. But he's going good. He's running in optional claiming allowance conditions at Saratoga. Fits nicely numbers wise. I don't know if his running style is going to help him, as he might have to play presser here, or at least be forwardly placed in the Leon Reed. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in this stakes race. Got about 4 minutes to post for the Leon Reed.
Horses coming on the track for the 8th race, the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. Here's your field. Number 1 is Jack and Bernie. Sherry Washburn, the owner. Deborah Breed, the trainer. Joel Cruz, the jockey. Number 2 is Looms Boldly. 10 Strike Racing owns. Brad Cox trains. Andre Worry, the riding assignment. Number 3 is Rotney. Mike Maker trains for owner William Butler. Manny Franco in to ride. Number 4, Tim Murphy's Tacony Road. Emmanuel De Diego in the irons. Next up, number 5, Factually Correct. Peter Pop Racing owns. Fernando Abreu trains with Ricardo Santana Jr., the jockey. Number 6, Z-Bear. James Patine is the trainer for owner David Lathrop and Michael Davila Jr., the rider. Looks like we're going to the 8 Ladies Golden Guy. Deborah Breed, owner, trainer. Nasario Alvarado, the jockey. Number 9 is Crypto Causeway. Donna Beretta, owner, trainer with Jeremiah Flores. Ahead of him is number 10, Pandemic Hero. RT Racing Stable owns. Jose Jimenez trains with Luis Perez, the jockey change. And there's number 7, Newport Bridge. David Oyola, owner trainer with Kevin Navarro, the rider. That's the field for the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. Leon Reed was an assistant starter here for many years. 20 years ago this November, died at 47 following injuries sustained in a gate accident. Reed was a long-time assistant starter here for over 2 decades, and this race named in honor of him. Post time in just a few minutes. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate here at Finger Lakes for the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the 8th race, the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. Field of 10 to go 6 furlongs. Even money. Rodney, defending champion. Of the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. Strong second choice at 2-1, Jack and Bernie. Made his 2025 debut on June 11th at Finger Lakes with a dominating allowance win. Tacony Road. George W. Barker, winner earlier this meet, will be next up into line. Factually correct. Newport Bridge. Ladies Golden Guy. Crypto Causeway. Crypto Causeway going in. Pandemic Hero to the outside. They're all in the gate. Often running in the Leon Reed Memorial, having to stumble at the start to Coney Road. Jack and Bernie drifting out very wide and going out for the lead. Looms Boldly is in second as it's Pandemic Hero outside third. Ladies Golden Guy in fourth. A gap of 3. Factually Correct in fifth. Then in sixth is Rodney towards the inside. One of the grays, Z-Bear, is next. 4 lengths to Coney Road, who is in eighth. Second last, Crypto Causeway. And 3 lengths to Newport Bridge, who brings up the rear. Jack and Bernie leads this group into the turn, leads by a half length. Looms Boldly challenges outside in second, a space of 6 lengths. Pandemic Hero in third. Rodney outside fourth. Ladies Golden Guy saves all the ground in fifth and 3 lengths back to Z-Bear is 2 lengths in front of Factually Correct. Crypto Causeway is in eighth. To Coney Road's in ninth as they turn into the stretch. Jack and Bernie shrugs off Looms Boldly in upper stretch. Jack and Bernie opens up by 3 over Looms Boldly. Rodney down the center of the course in third. Ladies Golden Guy is in fourth. 1 furlong to go. Jack and Bernie. Cruz goes to work on him. Jack and Bernie has the lead by 3. Rodney's on the outside, and then it's also Newport Bridge who's exploding late. Crypto Causeway towards the inside. Jack and Bernie, Crypto Causeway. That's a very close photo finish. Time for the 6 furlongs, 111.98, a photo finish in the Leon Reed Memorial. Photo finish. Please note the stewards are going to take a look at the start of this 8th race. Stewards inquiry, no matter what numbers are posted, stewards inquiry into the start of race number 8. Number 1, Jack and Bernie, unofficial winner. Second, number 9, Crypto Causeway. Third, number 7, Newport Bridge. Fourth, number 3, Rotney. Stewards inquiry into the start of this 8th race. No change. No change in the order of finish. The results will remain as is. $1973 Jack and Bernie will be 8 for 11 lifetime. New York bred. 5-year-old bay gelding by Destin out of Betty's Chance. Sherry Washburn, the owner. Deborah Breed, the trainer. Joel Cruz, the winning jockey. Sherry Washburn's also the breeder of Jack and Bernie. $3.90 the winning mutual. Daily double $6.70. Exacta $115.50. 50-cent trifecta $371.75. Dime super $246.90. Ninth and final from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 1 bottomless refill. Scratch the 1A Tommy the Torch. Both halves of the entry are out. Number 5 is 2 over. The 6, 5 over. Exacta trifecta superfecta wagering. Post time for the ninth and final, about 16 minutes at 5:06 p.m. Trophy presentation being made in the winner's circle for the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes.
getting ready for the last race on today's card, but it's going to be hard to top that 8th race, the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. What a finish to that one. Jack and Bernie desperately holding on as Crypto Causeway made a big move up the inside. Really tough to tell to the naked eyes. That's how close it was. But it was Jack and Bernie barely holding off Crypto Causeway, who almost pulled off that improbable upset in that last race. But they did give us some excitement. Joel Cruz gets the win for Deborah Breed and Sherry Washburn. Congratulations to them. It's now 2 for 2 on the year. We look at the last, it is part of the Mount Rushmore Claiming Series. We scratched both the 1 and the 1A out of this one. I did go for a little bit of an upset in here, a little bit of a long shot in the 5 Gandy Dancing. This horse has found himself with too much to do the last couple starts, as Father Walsh is just too quick for those fields, speed popping. He was nowhere near the front. Might be a different story today with a lack of pace in here, that he'll be part of that front line or at least close, putting him in the race. And when he's in the race early, he's usually there at the end. And I think a good long shot to use is Gandy Dancing. The 2-horse Can't Beat Me, a very logical horse in here from the inside. He's coming off a win, arguably against just as good a field as this one. The numbers say he could come right back. We'll see if he could come back for these connections. Old Man Winner looked good running down a lone speed horse and Brock Moninoff. Looked like Brock Moninoff was home as the main speed, but Old Man Winner was able to catch that one. This old timer just still firing pretty well, and has got to be considered in here as one of the main contenders in the final race on the card. What an exciting day we had. We ran the Oaks and the New York Derby. Congratulations to all the winners. And then that Leon Reed is the one that we're going to remember. What a finish to that one. We are going to continue live racing this week, Monday through Wednesday. Next live racing day will be tomorrow with a 1 o'clock first post.
Horses are on the track. Ninth and final. Scratch the 1 and 1A. Number 2 is Can't Beat Me and Luis Perez. Skip to the 4, New York Riesling. And the Alexa Marie Cintron aboard. Number 5, Gandhi Dancing and Andre Worry. Number 6, Finalist, Hemin Harkey. And number 7, Gimme the Money, Kaber Koa in the irons. And number 3, Old Man Winner, Michael Davila Jr. calling the shots. Post time in just a few. approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the 9th and final from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go 5.5 furlongs. Eight to 5 on number 2, Can't Beat Me. 2 to 1, number 7, Give Me the Money, and 5 to 2 on number 3, Old Man Winter. Open the front of the gate for New York Riesling. Gandy Dancing going up next. Finalist and Give Me the Money. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Not a good start at all for finalists. Who's last? It's Give Me the Money who barrels out for the lead. New York Riesling displaying speed in second. Can't Beat Me towards the inside in third. And then it's Old Man Winter races in fourth. Gandy Dancing fifth. And then about 6 or 7 lengths to finalists who brings up the rear. New York Riesling on top. Can't Beat Me up the inside second. Give Me the Money is in third. A length and a half, 2 off the lead. It's Old Man Winter in some tight quarters. Gandy Dancing 3 wide now up into fourth. Old Man Winter shuffled fifth, and then about 8 lengths to the trailer, and that is finalists. 2.5 furlongs to go. Can't Beat Me and New York Riesling are first and second. Gandy Dancing nudged a pun in third, 3 lengths off the lead. Old Man Winter towards the inside. Give Me the Money's in between horses as they reach the top of the stretch, and it's Can't Beat Me who cuts the corner and opens up by 4 lengths. New York Riesling is all out. Old Man Winter up into second, but still 4 lengths off the lead of Can't Beat Me. Can't Beat Me past the 16th pole, has got a big lead. Can't Beat Me victorious. Old Man Winter holds second, I think, over Gandy Dancing. Then it was Give Me the Money. Two, three, five, 7. Number 2, Can't Beat Me, your unofficial winner. 5.5 and 105.25. Can't Beat Me. Official winner, $5.50 the winning mutual. Can't Beat Me, 2 wins in a row. New York bred. 6-year-old Chestnut Gillian by Temperature out of Chloe Bear. Bernardo Mongol III, the owner. Marissa Monserrati, the trainer. And Luis Perez, the winning jockey. Kingsport Farms bred. Can't Beat Me. Pick 5, 5 of 5, $255.50. Double, $12.80. Exacta, $14. 50-cent trifecta, $12.75. Dime super, $4.17. Pick 3, $5.90. Ninth race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Monday. Next live racing day tomorrow, Tuesday. First post at about 1 p.m. From high atop. Well, one final note. Tuesday's program is available online at fingerlakesgaming.com. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.